Hello, I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News, and I am here with General Hodney, who is the Transformation and Training Command Commander, the very first of its kind. General, I had a chance to go down and actually see the activation of T2COM and see you speak about that. So I'm hoping, for our audience here that you could talk about, as the first commander of T2COM, what's your vision for how this new organization will redefine Army readiness and force development?
Yeah, no, thanks, Jen. Appreciate the time, and it's exciting to be here at AUSA. And certainly, the first answer I'd give to that question is if you listen to the guidance from the chief and the secretary, they were pretty clear. We've got to deliver capability rapidly to our formations. So, what a great opportunity to do that in Transformation and Training Command. I served in both organizations as senior leader. You and I both were at the stand-up of Army Futures Command in Texas in 2018. I'm very proud of what AFC did to jumpstart modernization efforts, following the 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. I also was a member of the Training and Doctrine Command. I was the commandant of the U.S. Army Infantry School. And as the FCC director, in addition to being in Army Futures Command, I was also in the same building and shared a building with the Training and Doctrine Command headquarters. So I'm proud of everything.
Wearing a lot of hats that are coming together.
That's right. And I'm proud of what those organizations have done to contribute to the readiness of our Army. I also saw where there was, some inefficiencies in both organizations. So inevitably, whenever you have two organizations and two separate reporting chains, there's just going to be, a lack of, synchronization in some areas. So we certainly collaborated, very well, but this provides an opportunity for everyone to be on the same team. Sometimes when you also have those organizations, you're conditioned to play a position in that organization as opposed to playing a position across the depth of the organization. So I think it's going to be very, very helpful for the Army.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, having covered Army Futures Command since its birth, and now it's deactivation, and all the great things that came from that are now folding into there. But I remember the argument for setting up Army Futures Command was because it was the requirements process was nested in the TRADOC side of the house and wasn't really getting the attention that it needed, and broke out and had its own four-star command. There'll be more attention to the requirements process, and hopefully lots of solutions to getting after some of the struggles that the Army was having with the requirements process. So talk about how you're still preserving all of that with T2COM. This isn't just repeating the past where AFC and requirements go back to live in TRADOC. That's not what this is. So talk a little bit about that organization a little bit more. I know that there's three-star commands that are going to be underneath you. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit more.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. I'll start with requirements. One, requirement's really important. They inform the solutions we chase, but they're also just one component of the solution to deliver capability. The acquisition teammates certainly play an important role. Contracting, the science and technology, personnel certainly inform that. So that's just one thing I want to state up front. The other thing is AFC was intended to be in the CFTs specifically. I was a cross-functional team director, to serve as a spotlight and an accelerant. The CDID at Fort Benning, the maneuver CDID, was working on some of the things that informed the signature modernization efforts that I delivered at the CFT, the Next Gen Squad Weapon, the Enhanced Night Vision Goggle Binocular. So it really was about a lot of that was incredibly important for the Army. But there were also some, we had 48 different organizations working on requirements, which was not the original intent. So you had ultimately 10 cross-functional teams. You had 12 capability development integration directorates. You had multiple Army capability managers. You had multiple TRADOC proponent offices. You had a number of fielded force integration directorates. So there was an alphabet soup of folks that were all kind of voting and in some cases vetoing in the requirement space.
Too many cooks in the kitchen all at the same level.
That's exactly right. So and this evolved over time, and everyone was trying to do the right thing. Stood up these organizations to try to tackle certain problems. But ultimately, when you're an acquisition teammate and you're answering to multiple, requirements owners, across the space, it does get confusing. So what we've done now is we've kind of restored the prominence of the centers of excellence. So the CFTs were intended, again, to be a spotlight and accelerant, but they weren't intended to supplant the work of the centers of excellence and their force modernization proponent roles. So the CFTs will now be replaced by what's called a Future Capability Directorate. It's a FCD. There's one at each center of excellence. And I would think it's essentially all of the capabilities of the CDID, but with the culture of the CFT.
Okay.
To drive delivery of capability faster.
Okay.
On the kind of the force development side, there's also going to be the Transformation Integration Directorate, or the TID. They work directly for the Center of Excellence Commanding General, and that partnership between the Future Capability Directorate, the Transformation Integration Directorate, all at a Center of Excellence, gives that Center of Excellence Commanding General an eye on the force design aspect of their warfighting function, warfighting system, and the real-time integration that's occurring in formations. So less people will certainly streamline our approach.
Sure. And talk about the three-star commands. What are they, and why is it important that they're nested together?
Yeah, thanks for that. So I'll start with the leading edge of this, kind of the Features and Concepts Command. They're at Fort Eustis, Virginia. That was my former organization. So they're responsible for the force design aspects of transformation. They do all of the work on the future Army warfighting concept, which is really important. That serves as the North Star for the direction that we're going. A concept informs how we operate, it informs how we organize, and it informs how we equip. So that concept's really important. We've had 6 concepts over the last 50 years. The first 3 spanned about a 40-year time horizon. The next 3 span about 10 years. And when you look at the changing character war and the pace of technology, we've got to have it's more going to be a running estimate. So Futures and Concepts Command will stay laser focused on that. And they'll do the associated experimentation that goes with it. The Project Convergence Capstone Series, joint combined experimentation is really important. The concept-focused experiments that occur at the Centers of Excellence and elsewhere will certainly inform that. And lastly, they still are responsible for generating requirements that come out of the gaps, the associated solution sets. So Futures and Concepts Command, kind of the pathfinder in this construct. The second command is the Combined Arms Command. They're going to be at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and they're responsible for the force development aspect of this. All of the centers of excellence, all of the schoolhouses, the new Army University system, which is, the Army War College Commanding General, he'll be responsible for the Army University system, so we'll link the Army War College with the Commanding General Staff College, with the Sergeant Major Academy, with the Warrant Officer, course. So we'll link all of those together under one Army University system. And then the 2 CONUS, Continental U.S.-based training centers, so the National Training Center and the Joint Readiness Training Center. That's really important because one thing I'll say is, we're here at AUSA, we're surrounded by some really compelling technology, really impressive solutions that our industry partners are pursuing, but we're also the training command. And what CAC does for that, and how you change an Army and how you transform an Army, does occur at our schools and centers. So the training and leader development component of that can't be eclipsed by just the material solutions we're pursuing. In fact, the training and leader development is really our decisive advantage on a modern battlefield. And the incorporating the combat training centers allows us to insert the changes we know will occur at the front edge. So units, when they go to the combat training center, will be exposed to a opposing force that's keeping pace with the what we know is they're going to encounter on the battlefield. So that's really critical. And then the third command, the U.S. Army Recruiting Command, led by General Davis, they're at Fort Knox, Kentucky. he'll be responsible for the force generation that ties it all together. And one way I'd offer this construct, so the Army's plan, which is total Army analysis, each of these 3-star commands, play a role in that. So the Futures and Concepts Command, they inform the total Army analysis, the direction the Army's going. The Combined Arms Center, or the Combined Arms Command, they implement the Army's plan in real time with our formations, and the Recruiting Command resources that plan. So you link all.
They know who to look for.
That's right, and they know where if the Recruiting Command knows the direction the Army's going, in a time horizon that's not reactionary, they're able to forecast in their own recruiting efforts, which military occupational specialties we need to be pursuing to be able to fight and win tomorrow.
I wanted to ask what does full operational capability look like for T2COM? How are you sorting through that? As you build this out, there's still decisions that need to be made. But the activation this year was sort of the year in advance of that. So talk about some of the things that you are looking to accomplish or do in this first year, so that you can feel that this has now reached a full operational capability, if you will, within a year.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Jen. So, one, this will be different than when we activated Army Futures Command. That headquarters wasn't even built, and they were borrowed military manpower from the Pentagon to help stand it up. The CFTs were really the core of the operating base for that. I had 4 people the day we activated AFC and grew the CFTs later. So unlike AFC, the Transformation and Training Command was delivering on day one.
Yeah.
We had drill sergeants training recruits in our schoolhouses. We had recruiters actively recruiting, future Army soldiers. So we were delivering on day one, and so our initial operating capability is at a high standard already. At FOC, we're running through the tape a year from now in all of the aspects I described, from force design, force development, linking all of those organizations together. And for those that are familiar with staring at a military organization line and block chart, what I would tell folks is this is going to be less about line and blocks on a piece of paper and more about an integrated system. Nodes and links, critical nodes, critical links that all communicate and collaborate together. I think we'll really be at FOC by the summer, summer of 26, because it's generally when all of our people will move into position, so that way we can run through the tape next October.
I did want to ask about the next warfighting concept. I know that that's been in the works. So, if you could tease, what can we kind of expect from that? I know it's not out, but when do you sort of anticipate releasing that? I think that's a big benchmark that's going to come out of the command, pretty soon. So
no, thanks for asking. I'm really excited about the warfighting concept because, again, that's how defines how we operate, organize, and equip. So. Our charge at Transformation and Training Command is to turn that warfighting concept into war-winning capabilities at speed and scale. The Secretary and the Chief have been talking about the urgency of our work. So that warfighting concept is, as you said, it's we're really close. Working directly with Army senior leaders on that right now. Our goal in December is to brief the general officer audience in the U.S. Army at the Army Profession Forum and inform them on the warfighting concept. And then shortly after that, there'll certainly be an unclassified version that we're going to publish, and then the classified version that will be shared among our formations. And we'll certainly be teasing out some of that already, because some of the aspects of many of the aspects of the warfighting concept we're seeing on battlefields today, and our formations see that in they're eager to adjust how they operate because of what they can see online.
Well, you have a lot of exciting things ahead, so thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your AUSA.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to leave one thing, and this is probably not only for your audience but mine in Transformation and Training Command. So Colonel Ralph Puckett was a mentor, and even falls in the idol category for me. I really, really respect him. He used to say all the time, be proud but never satisfied. And what we have to do in Transformation and Training Command is think less about what we did yesterday and more about what we're delivering tomorrow. And that's one of the key messages I'd offer. So thank you for this opportunity.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jen. Appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News here at AUSA with Overland AI's Byron Boots. He is the co-founder and CEO of the company. Thank you so much for joining me here on the floor. I know you've been very busy, I'm sure, at your booth. And so take a load off, have a chat. Tell us, what is Overland AI? Talk a little bit about your company and what it is that you've been working on.
Sure. Thanks for having me, Jen. So Overland AI is ground autonomy for defense. We build autonomy software, so a software stack which can take an uncrewed vehicle and turn it into an autonomous asset. And we also build autonomous vehicles themselves, so a fully vertically integrated solution, which is the ground vehicle, the autonomy stack, and it can carry payloads and move them across the battlefield.
You have a unique position in the fact that you have been working with DARPA. You've worked with DARPA for a while on a program. What did you develop, and what were you specifically hoping to invent from that? And how are you applying that now? The Army obviously has programs. You are involved with a program that they have right now on autonomy. So how are you taking what you learned from that DARPA program and applying it to the Army and some of the other efforts that other services have?
Yeah, so we're proud to have gotten our start with DARPA. So I was leading a DARPA team that was a performer team, basically from the University of Washington before Overland AI existed, right? So we were performing for DARPA, looking to develop ground autonomy, which is particularly useful for the U.S. warfighter. So instead of thinking about self-driving cars, which are on roads and urban centers and highways, yeah, totally different things. So really going after the extremely hard problems of traversing complex natural terrain, moving autonomous systems through contested environments, and things like that. And so we started to work with DARPA back in, I think, 2021 to develop that sort of next generation of ground autonomy for the U.S. military. And then through the course of that program, we decided to actually take the new capabilities that we had developed and spin that out into a company to get it back into the hands of the warfighters. So that's really the origins of Overland AI, taking the DARPA tech and then commercializing that.
Okay.
And so through the course of founding the company a little bit less than 3 years ago to now, like what we started to do is exactly that. So developing a commercial software stack that we can then use in Army programs and Marine Corps programs. And we've been working with the Army and Marines for the last couple of years, starting to push that autonomy into the field, getting it into the hands of warfighters, and really showing them what this sort of new generation of ground autonomy is capable of.
So I think it was maybe a year ago, I had a conversation with General Glenn Dean from PEO Ground Combat Systems, and at the time they were assessing autonomy for ground robotics, ground vehicles, and he seemed to say, it's not really ready for us yet. How have things evolved? Would you say that the attitude might be a little bit different a year later? What were some of the hurdles that you were encountering that made it that much harder to apply the autonomy to what the Army needs it for versus a taxi, if you will?
Yeah.
Talk about that.
So just in the last a year and a half or so, there's been a lot of really exciting advancements in ground autonomy and us really just showing people what's possible. So the whole reason that the DARPA program was stood up was because of the challenges of trying to move vehicles through difficult off-road terrain. And some of those challenges are having to actually contend with really complex ground geometry like ditches and berms and things like that.
Recognize what that is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, can you see it? Can you model it? And then how does a vehicle move through it? And then also things like dense vegetation, which occupies space, so it's kind of like an obstacle, but you can also push through it, so it's not really. So how do you deal with things like that? And these were difficult research questions a few years ago, and something that a lot of autonomous systems had a lot of trouble contending with. So through the course of working with DARPA, we really developed a solution which was able to handle a lot of these sorts of things. And then coming out of DARPA and forming the company, our challenge then was actually showing like the broader Army and Marine Corps like what we were capable of, and actually actually just getting eyes on it, right? And so if you look at like the last year and some of the comments that Army leadership was making, I think they hadn't seen what was actually possible at that point. And so what we did is we came into a program called Ground Vehicle Autonomous Pathways. We entered into that program about halfway through the course of it and immediately started to just demonstrate for the Army what was possible. So last year there was a lot of talk about teleoperation and essentially soldiers remote controlling ground vehicles because the autonomy wasn't really where it needed to be. But I think what we've been able to do is show the real power of this kind of new type of ground autonomy, what it's capable of, be able to show that in the field. And now I think what you're seeing is a lot of people getting really excited about autonomy, like it actually works, it exists. And so you're not having those conversations anymore. It's much more about like how do we take that autonomy, move it onto different platforms, how do we coordinate it with payloads, and actually start to use it to provide more capability to our warfighters.
One thing we haven't highlighted yet is just the speed that the vehicles are going to need to move, and so therefore, the decision making has to go a lot quicker. So how are you developing that right now? Is that a big focus for you? Do you feel like you're there with the capability to be able to, say, keep up with the maneuver force, if you will?
Yeah, so one of the challenges which was kind of laid down for us as part of the DARPA program was actually to move ground autonomy very quickly, to move vehicles quickly through this type of complex off-road terrain. And specifically the challenge was how do you keep pace with like an M1 Abrams main battle tank, right? So you need to be moving very fast. And as you say, like that is challenging. It's challenging because you need to make decisions quicker. You also have to be able to see further in the environment because it's coming at you faster, right? We always think about speed as something which essentially almost like loosens constraints on your ability to operate because it is easier to coordinate things if you can move faster and slower and you have kind of that space to do it. So we think that speed is really important. And then one of the things that we've really been showing is like how important that is by actually, putting these vehicles, which are very fast and very capable, into the hands of warfighters. And as soon as they start to see kind of how quickly they can move payloads around in their operating environment, they get very excited, and it's something I think a lot of people haven't seen before. And so we're really, really trying to push that bar, like create a bar for like what is like actually good, capable, acceptable ground autonomy, and speed's one of the important aspects of that.
Now, the Army recently launched an effort where it chose you as well as several other companies to integrate your autonomy stacks onto a platform.
Yeah.
It seems like the focus now is more on autonomy and less on the platform for the Army now. So talk about that effort, what the goals are for that.
So I'm not sure that's like entirely true. I think that they're really excited about ground autonomy and being able to develop an autonomy stack that can be integrated across a range of different types of platforms, and really evaluating autonomy stacks and ensuring that they're safe and capable and what the warfighter needs. And so the UXS Autonomous Mobility Program is focused on that, on delivering a good autonomy stack for the military. But I think the military is also really interested in autonomous platforms. Sure. And, the way that I think about it is that you can kind of think about an autonomous ground vehicle where you take a sort of standard vehicle and just make it autonomous, almost like a Waymo or whatever. But is more like an autonomous robot, so you're thinking about a capable platform that is aggressive and can move across terrain and deliver payloads. And those sorts of things are maybe not exactly the same as just sort of a retrofitted vehicle which is built for humans. Yeah. And so I think the Army is interested in both of those things, but the latter as well.
Yeah. Can you highlight any other programs or efforts that you have going on outside of the Army? I know we're at an Army conference, but always interested to see what else you're working on.
I think we've had a really exciting year in this last year in that we've started to push our technology out into a variety of units, and many of them have been Army units. So there was some reporting like earlier in the year on our work with the 173rd Airborne, where we were pushing our autonomous vehicle, the Ultra platform, out to them and getting that into their hands, and they were working in the Republic of Georgia, and we've been doing a bunch of additional work with combat engineers. But we're really excited to be working with the Marine Corps now as well. So just a week ago or so, a couple weeks ago, we were working with the Marines, integrating our autonomous systems into some of their units, and again, really showing what we're capable of in terms of using them for things like resupply and sustainment, as well as showing how they might be used for counter UAS and things like that.
Okay, well, thank you so much for taking the time today. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Okay, thanks, Jen.
Yeah,
it was great. Thanks.
reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right.
Hello, I'm Jen Judson with Defense News, land warfare reporter here, and I am joined by Lieutenant General Sean Gainey, who is the commander of U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me here at AUSA.
Thanks for inviting me.
You have a lot going on right now in your space, but you are working on a strategy. So, talk to us about where you are with that. You've begun that. Where are you in the process? And broad brushstrokes, it's not out, but what are some of the things you're keeping in mind as you craft the strategy?
Yeah, we in Space and Missile Defense Command are excited about the Army's AMD strategy. You know, the Army has done a lot of work in the past in developing strategies, vision to ensure we're staying ahead of the threat. But with the evolution of drone warfare, lessons learned inside of Ukraine, in Israel, and seeing the large volumes and mass of capabilities that can be used against our forces, and the complexity, you know, the mixture of tactical missiles, cruise missiles, and UASs has created a dynamic that we felt we had to address now in a new strategy and lay out a way forward for the department to move forward with, to be able to ensure we're developing the proper capabilities to meet the threat and then push beyond the current threat. So the focus of, as I highlighted, the lessons learned, change in warfare, and how we as an Army, really a validation of what we're doing with our integrated moving forward is how we have to fight. And so the strategy right now has gone through all the requisite level staffing. We will brief it to the Chief of Staff of the Army this week and look to have it approved by next month and be out by next month. So the force, we've been very collaborative moving forward with the force. So the force has already seen it, understand it, and once we get it through, the Army senior leaders it'll be released and official.
Can you highlight some progress that you've made on the counter UAS front in terms of developing capability? I know that you've had some interesting demonstrations, experimentation that will feed into what you do. So talk a little bit about some of that.
Yeah, I think what the Army has done in working with the Secretary of War of getting the JADF 401 established and now putting rapid capability development, getting it out to the warfighter. They're doing demonstrations, looking at several different type of technology areas, and more importantly, getting it out to the warfighter, you know, whether it's CONUS or overseas. So I think over the next several months, we'll get a better sense of how that organization is doing with getting capability to the warfighter faster, and not only that, but more intuitive for the operator to be able to operate, because no longer do we have the luxury of putting an air defense soldier specifically trained to shoot down threats from the air. It's a holistic approach where everybody has to be able to do that skill set. So we have to be able to develop capabilities that are soldier agnostic, and that's what they're in the process of doing right now.
Okay, great. You had the Army recently announced plans to transfer the U.S.-based Air and Missile Defense Commands to SMDC. Talk about what's driving that decision, and what does this change mean for SMDC's mission and structure?
Very exciting, very exciting. So you now have a 3-star Space and Missile Defense Command that has traditionally focused on the Army space mission as the proponent, developing space capabilities. We have a center of excellence focused on space capabilities, but we also have the 100th GMD, which focuses on the intercontinental ballistic missile defense of the homeland. Not a lot of people know that we do that. And so the missile defense portion of the command was really focused on that, and my role as the senior Army air defender to advise and help frame modernization for our branch. Now, taking the 2 CONUS-based Army air and missile defense commands, putting them under this command is a great move moving forward with the transformation from FORSCOM to the Western Hemisphere Command created that opportunity, and it allows us, and also as part of that process, we moved from Army Service Component Command for GMD to NORTHCOM to holistic air and missile defense for GMD for Army Service Component Command for NORTHCOM in the process. So we've taken on a greater role for AMD in the homeland. The Army has assigned 2 Army Air and Missile Defense Commands to help us and assist in that mission set, but also manage the global employment of forces. Right now, 32nd has been focused on CENTCOM AOR, but they have a larger role globally to support across and in the homeland. And with the growing importance in the prioritization of the homeland, I think it's appropriate, and it's all coming together nicely for this command.
You've talked previously about how you expect the Army's role to grow in terms of defending the homeland. What could that look like? What will that look like? As you kind of work through that, there's still a lot to work through, but
the Army has and will continue to have an important role defending the homeland. I highlighted how the Army, through our GBIs, defends the homeland from a intercontinental ballistic missile attack now. The Army, through our National Guard partners in the 263rd, defends the National Capital Region. And so any type of future requirements, you now have an organization that you can tap into and coordinate using a multi-compo framework to be able to get after whatever's required in the future.
Could you provide an update on the progress of the 40 Delta Space Operations Specialty that you're standing on?
Yes, another exciting area within this command. I talked a little bit earlier about the Army Space portfolio and how this command, as the proponency for Army Space, is really involved. And we just saw that we had a bad business model inside of the Army where we were taking MI soldiers, Signal Corps soldiers, and air defense soldiers, getting them for 3 years and having to train them to a difficult MOS requirement and put them inside of a formation and then lose them all within 3 years. And so we weren't able to maximize their participation inside of the formation. We weren't able to build a professional non-commissioned officer corps. And with the growth and importance of Army Space and the requirement to support the Army in a close tactical fight and the growing formations across the Army, we felt that the time was right to develop a professional non-commissioned officer corps and a professional Army Space soldier. So we're in the process of evaluating, recruiting, identifying the best of the best. Is going to be very competitive. The soldiers that have from MI, Signal Corps, and Air Defense that have moved into our formations love the Army Space mission set. It's highly technical. It meets the skill sets and what our young soldiers want to do. And so it'll be very competitive, and we're excited. We're starting that process now, and officially October of 2026, it will activate, and our space formations will be filled by 40 Delta Space soldiers.
Okay, great. What's the current status of the Army Space Operations branch, and how is it evolving to meet the demands of joining combined space operations now?
Another exciting opportunity for this command and Army Space and natural evolution. The first step was the 40 Delta Army Space MOS, and so we follow that up with the opportunity to now take our professional non-commissioned officers, soldiers, and take what we're already doing from the officer corps side, which is functional area. They transition at a certain point in their career to FA-40 Army Space operations. So now having the opportunity to create a branch and properly lay out the professional timeline of soldiers, non-commissioned officers, and officers, and eventually warrant officers in the future. We just believe, again, now is the right time with the change of warfare, the opportunities and the challenges in space and the increasing challenges that will be out there. To have a branch executing that mission set is important.
Yeah. How does SMDC coordinate with U.S. Space Command and other services to ensure Army equities are represented in broader space operations?
Yeah, so fortunately, as the commander of Space and Missile Defense Command, I'm also the Army Service Component Command for SpaceCom. Yeah, I have a lot of jobs, and the ability to engage pretty much daily with General Whiting in Spacecom and his staff and work closely with my staff. And, the operational portion of my command is in Colorado Springs. So I have two headquarters, one in Huntsville and one in Colorado Springs. So we're right there, close coordination with Spacecom. So as Spacecom works through the analysis of whether they want to leverage Space Force, Army space, or Marine space assets, we're right there in the mix and the planning and synchronization of all of that.
Okay. SMDC's Innovation Lab has been working on several new technologies. What are some of the most promising developments? For example, the small form factor counter space capabilities that we've heard about. Lots of other things you have going on. But what are some of the new technologies that have you excited?
Yeah. So you heard the Secretary of the Army and Chief of Staff of the Army talk about moving fast, transformation, using innovative technology, getting it to our hands of our soldiers quickly, ensuring that capability is intuitive to our soldiers, and then getting their feedback and changing and not wasting time to do that. Well, we were at a defining moment in our capability development when we saw an opportunity from soldier feedback that they wanted something smaller, almost transit case type capability to be able to employ across the battlefield. So we slew to our tech center inside of our command. They worked with industry and were able to rapidly, in months, develop a capability, transit type capability, and we immediately got it out to the soldiers of the multi-domain task force and my 1st Space Brigade, got feedback, made it better, and now are integrating that system into some of our other systems. So we have a version 1, version 2, but continuous transformation in contact to help us move faster, be more innovative, and really respond to the soldiers with the tech that's out there and that they want to use now.
Yeah. What other technologies do you have your eye on? I mean, AI could play a big role. Hypersonics, there's directed energy. What do you see as potentially, transformative for Army space and missile defense missions?
All of the above.
Okay.
Yeah. So you nailed it. I think the ability to leverage artificial intelligence in the work that we're doing. So as I look at the space side, I have, in support of Spacecom, a limited amount of space control planning teams that do work across all the COCOMs, supporting really is the sole planning team for Spacecom. In their ability to be able to get through large amount of intelligence data, AI is something that's complementing that and helping that roll a lot easier. Also, the integration of AI into our air and missile defense systems, giving the operator the ability, when I talked about our strategy of being able to respond to a threat that's complex, that's overwhelming, having AI and improved technology inside of our systems is something we're looking at very closely moving forward.
Well, you have a lot going on in your command. Thank you so much for taking the time to out of your day at AUSA to talk to me. That's been great. And
Thanks,
have a good rest of your show.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
Hi, I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News, and I am here with Wahid Nawabi, CEO of AeroVironment. Thank you so much for joining me here at AUSA. At the tail end, I know we're all a little bit tired, but you have a big announcement that happened this morning. Army leadership announced today that you won a contract to provide a counter-UAS, counter-drone missile. So talk a little bit about that, and what is the significance of this award?
So Jen, great to be with you. And yes, you're right. Today, and yesterday and today, the Army leadership announced in one of your public events about the selection of AV for the next generation counter UAS missile, which is a very strategic capability. Just to give you an idea what this is and what it means, today we've got our forces that is vulnerable from the attacks of different types of drones. These drones come in different sizes, from the smallest hobby-sized drones that you see is called a first-person view, all the way to very large systems that are much more potent, capable, and strategic. The ability for us to be able to actually defeat these drones from, it's referred to the medium and larger sizes, is right now economically not feasible. If we were to have a conflict somewhere in the world, and there's many of them going on today, including Ukraine and other parts of the world, the economics don't work out because you cannot shoot down
a pop.
That's right. Yeah. You cannot shoot down a $100,000 drone or a $50,000 drone with a $2 to $3 million missile. The economics will just bankrupt us. So the Army has a specific program that they want to develop a next generation missile that is essentially going to be the key missile system that is going to be able to defeat these drones from Group 3 and on. We can take out Group 1 and 2 as well, at distances that are up to 20, 25 kilometers out and at subsonic speeds. So we can take out a significant number of different types of aerial targets as a result of this. We were selected, and we have a solution that we believe it meets all the requirements of the U.S. Army. We've been demonstrating the capability. We believe this is going to be a multi-billion-dollar franchise and program and missile globally for AeroVironment and AV. Second thing I want to mention is that in the last generation of my lifetime, there's been 5 companies that the U.S. has always depended on who can make and just manufacture missiles. Now, U.S. has a 6th option.
All right, you are a missile builder now.
We're a 6th option for the U.S. military, from concept to actual flying, from pencil and paper to flying. We did this missile in 107 days. It speaks volumes to the speed, agility, innovation, and technical competency of our company and our team.
Yeah, so this is obviously low cost. So talk about how you drove cost out of this. Missiles are expensive. They're $3 million versus drones that are so much cheaper. So talk about how you did that.
So AV is known as the high volume, low cost producer of these technologies in the world. Yeah. We have today over 42,000 of our platforms flying anywhere in the world, including 100 different nations. So we know how to manufacture in volume, we know how to manufacture at scale, and we know how to do it at cost, at very affordable cost. If you compare one of our Group 2 or 3 drone that we actually make for the US military and our allies, you will see that the equation in terms of the economics is 1/10 to 100th, 1/30th of the cost of a comparable system that's manned. So it's part of our DNA. We know how to design for high volume. I've come from that commercial industry for my entire career, other than the last 15 years at AV. And so we have perfected the capability. We have factories in the US. Our products are in full production, and we're making them by the thousands today.
Yeah, yeah. Talk a little bit more about that manufacturing, because this is something that I think that the U.S. is a little behind when we think about mass producing at the scale that we can imagine we might need in the future. So how are you thinking about that and working with the Army and the other services in terms of being able to build at scale? You are already doing this to an extent. What are some of the ways that we can be better and faster and cheaper and really get our arms wrapped around this problem of mass producing drones?
So, Jen, I'm glad you asked that question because it's a multifaceted problem and it's a complex problem to understand and tackle. First of all, we need to distinguish between what size drones and capabilities we're talking about. vast majority of the drones that you see on YouTube and in public it's called the FPV, or first person view quadcopters, that is used in Ukraine, they're not going to be relevant in the fight within us and one of our strategic adversaries. So those are more consumer toy drones. Yeah. They're going to have a role, but that's probably going to be less than 5% of the market for the military drones of the U.S. and our allies, number one. Number two, when it comes to the rest of them, really the problem is more than one facet, which is, number one, is the ability to be able to design these things from the ground up, to be able to be modular, open architecture, so you can actually stand up manufacturing in different places easily. So our systems are designed from the ground up to be based on that architecture, number one. Two, you gotta have these drones to be more manufactured. The industrial base has to be developed. So you have to have suppliers, contractors, people who make the warheads, people who make composites, people who make boards and processors. So over the last 4 decades, we have essentially invested so much energy that this is what we've perfected as a company.
Yeah.
And I would confidently say that I don't know of any other company in the world that knows how to do this effectively at scale better than us. You can come to our factories, you'll see how we make these today. The manufacturing process actually is very flexible. We can change lines and make a different drone at the same line. So there's a lot of things that goes into that. However, it all starts with a consistent funding and demand from our customers. And Congress has a huge role to play in this. They need to support our military.
Yeah.
Being in a shutdown does not help. We need to get this going, and that affects companies like us to be able to have a continuity of supply, continuity of scale and capacity in the long run.
Switchblade is kind of like a household name for loitering munitions now. It's used extensively in Ukraine, for instance. How are you evolving and adapting Switchblade? As time progresses and technology continues to advance, across the board. What are some of the new things that you've done to continue iterating and improving on the Switchblade technology?
So Jen, again, so glad you asked that question. It seems like you've done your homework on our company, because we have 3 brand new products at our booth today, and 2 of those products are 2 brand new variants of our Switchblade. One is our Switchblade 600 Block 2, which is the 2nd generation Switchblade 600. Switchblade has changed the paradigm in warfare. In the future, you're gonna see tanks, armored vehicles, ships, airplanes, helicopters, all equipped with loitering munition or one-way attack drones. That's a category that we invented and we brought to the market. So it's going to change, just like how a smartphone changed our lives. Essentially, it's a similar analogy that I use. We introduced 2 new products specifically, that is our 2nd generation Switchblade 600, again for the US Army and our other customers. It's in production. And then a Switchblade 400, which is between a Switchblade 300 and 600. It's basically a Switchblade 600 and a diet. And it makes it man-portable for the soldiers, specifically for smaller forces, and in this particular case for the US Army. Both of these 2 products are focused specifically for the US Army and our allies. And we have also other variants of these products that were in production. This is part of our DNA. We invest a significant portion of our own dollars in R&D. And our cycle for development, our pipeline is robust. We are excited about so many other capabilities that we've got that we're going to bring to the market. In the last 2 years, we've invested over $200 million in R&D, our own internal R&D dollars, not our customers, to develop these capabilities and bring them to market. And so our cycle of rapid innovation, bringing these technologies to the market, and 1 to 2 year time frame, sometimes even shorter, is absolutely the DNA that we're built for. So we are building our company we have in the past, and we'll continue to build a company that our military, our country, and our allies need for the next decade.
Well, we see a lot of partnerships with you and other companies around the showroom floor. Your Switchblade is integrated on a variety of platforms, for instance. Can you talk about some of those strategic partnerships and how that's really enhancing capability for the Army?
Sure. So as I said, Switchblade and one-way attack drones change the paradigm in warfare. That has caused, for example, if you're making a tank, a main battle tank essentially is today is incredibly vulnerable. I would even call it obsolete against a Switchblade operator. So you and I can launch a Switchblade 600 day and night from here and find the tank 40 kilometers out and then actually defeat it without the tank ever being able to actually see us. And we could do that within a matter of 15, 20 minutes and then move to another location. So what this means that these assets that all militaries have are vulnerable. So they have to, number one, defeat against that and protect against that, which is our counter UAS solutions that we've developed, and we're the leader in that. Second, the offensive capabilities of tanks, armored vehicles, ships, and all that has to change, as you mentioned, and that's why you see companies such as Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, and many others who are working with us to now install and equip and integrate these capabilities into those platforms. And that is going to be something that you see more and more of this event in the future of defense, because it's just changed. It's the new paradigm of how we're going to fight our adversaries and how we're going to protect Americans all over the world.
Yeah, so big accomplishments today, but what do you have your eye on in the future in terms of things you want to pursue in the development side? You know, what's next? What's the next thing you're going to focus on?
Look, so Jen, we're very focused on our customers. This company, our mission is our customer's mission. We're a very mission-driven company. We really stay very close to our customers. We have built this company from ground up to be the next defense tech prime for the US DoD and our allies globally. We believe that we have the best portfolio. We've got production capacity in 20, 30 different states around the country today. We have vast majority of our products that we're producing at volume and full rate production today. And we also have the best track record and success in battles that really are relevant, including Ukraine and the ones before that. So we've purpose-built our company for the future of defense. And we're very focused on that mission. We're very focused with that strategy. And I think that we have a huge potential here to create an enterprise that really meets the needs of our nation, our allies, and the world, not just today, for the next decade or two.
And what does that look like in terms of, you know, our continuing to drive down costs? You know, what are some of the goals that you're setting in order to position yourself there?
So there's a lot that goes into that. Number one, we need to continue to expand the portfolio of our solution sets for all domain. We're in underwater, water, ground, air, sea, and space, and cyber. So we've got the domains covered, but we're going to keep building the portfolio, one. Two, we need to keep driving the cost lower and the capacity and the industrial base larger and larger, which is actively being worked on with us, and we're the leader in that space. Third is to actually integrate and interoperate all these. In the future, a soldier, an airman, or a sailor is going to have several of these devices, whether it's small quadcopters or a drone underwater or a large asset. And so the ability for these systems to interoperate and actually work as teams and integrate the capability through software is a huge part of our DNA. We recently announced about a month ago our AV Halo software.
Yes.
AV Halo is the ecosystem upon which we're going to basically integrate all these capabilities. Think of it as Microsoft Office suite of products.
Okay.
You're going to have several modules underneath that, but this is an open architecture. We integrate with many of our competitor assets, or drones and ground robots, et cetera, as well. In fact, we integrate with more of our competitors than our own today, and we're going to continue to do that because we want to be open, we want to be agnostic to the platform. And lastly, we want to build as much autonomy and AI into these things that allows them to actually do things with less cognitive load on the operator and our warfighter. So example of that is our counter UAS system. Our counter UAS jamming system, which is the best performing system in the world today and in Ukraine, actually uses AI algorithms to be able to detect the waveform by which these drones communicate to a satellite, GPS satellite, or to the ground operator. And we know how to do that because we understand and we have expertise in those areas. So in the future, you're going to see a lot more of that being deployed and integrated and proliferated throughout our portfolio.
Have you already become involved, or do you see an opportunity to insert some of that into what the Army's doing with the next generation command and control effort?
Absolutely. There is a a very specific initiative within the U.S. Army called HMIF. It's a program. Human machine interface formation, I think it's called, or I might have mistaken the acronym. I apologize.
Has to do with human machine integration.
Human machine integration. Essentially, the idea here is that as these robotic systems increase, the Army needs to have an open architecture that's modular, that allows these systems to talk to each other, but also to be, for the one human to be able to command and control several devices. And so we have a solution set. We're competing for that. We're hoping that the Army makes a decision on that soon. We believe we have the best performing solution because we know so much about the assets, that the platforms that are being used to connect and integrate and control. And so that is a very key initiative for the U.S. Army. And similar activities going on within the U.S. Marine Corps. There's a similar activity going on within the U.S. Navy. And so you're going to see more and more of this in the future, because all these systems that we see at these events, conferences and these shows, and our military is going to have, has to interoperate, work together, agnostic to the platform, agnostic to the vendor, open, with ability to upgrade, swap out modules, and that's fundamental to our strategy in our product roadmap as well.
Okay. Final question on supply chain. There's a lot of complicating issues with supply chain, a lot of challenges I think many companies face when it comes to building drones, for instance. What are some of the supply chain issues that you're encountering? How have you worked around or resolved some of those? What's still something you're working through?
Sure. So there's a lot of talk these days about how our industrial base and our industry needs to make sure that we go lean forward at risk. This is another trait and characteristic in the DNA of AV. When the Ukraine war started, the day that the war started, 2 weeks later, I actually approved to order 3,000 Switchblade being built. Okay. We bought the parts. We did not have a contract. We knew that Switchblade is going to be a massive, massive success for the Ukrainians and the U.S. military, because we know how it works, right? So we have historically done this every year for the last decade plus that I've been here, and buying things at risk, leaning forward so we can reduce the lead times. We don't have anything that has like a year plus lead time. We make things that we can deliver right away. And I believe even that is not sufficient. And the government can help. Congress can help with a multi-year contracts and ability to be able to produce these things long term. So that's one thing that needs to happen. So we have to let our military be able to function and operate for beyond just this month or this year. That's one. Second, it is part of our DNA. We lean forward developing products well ahead of the actual requirements. We help our customers actually even develop the requirement. And the last thing I would say is that in terms of the supply base, we are 100% sourced domestically. We made this initiative consciously about a decade ago, that we do not want to rely on foreign suppliers. We want to manufacture our things all in U.S. We source things in U.S. Even if you go to second, third, fourth tier component level component suppliers, 98% of it's actually sourced from U.S. from more than 2 suppliers in every single case. Okay. That is fundamental to our design process, to our manufacturing process, to our ability to go to market. And so I think this is also something unique about AV. It's being copied by many players, but we've done this for the last decade already, and we know how to do that. So we're very, very excited about that.
Excellent. Well, you have so much going on and lots more to pay attention to, as the Army evolves here. So thank you again for joining me here at AUSA. I appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Jen.
Defense News is proudly sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union. If you're a member of our nation's armed forces, the Department of Defense, or if your family is, we'd be proud to serve you too.
On this edition of Defense News Weekly, a special episode in conjunction with our partners at Cheddar. We dive into the business end of the defense industry, with spotlights on major companies producing some of the most transformative battlefield tech. We canvass the DSEI conference in London to see what's making the industry tick. Brought to you from the UK, it's the business of defense here on Defense News Weekly.
We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start
the battlefield of tomorrow won't just feature human soldiers. Autonomous systems are transforming how wars are fought, from unmanned ground vehicles to precision missile systems that can operate independently. Leading the charge of these game-changing technologies is Milram Robotics.
What are we standing in front of? Tell me all about the Havoc.
Yeah, so this is the first time she's ever been out in public. We have electric axles, and so we have instant torque, like a Tesla. So when you press the gas, there's no lag. And so we've designed this vehicle to be able to go approximately 70 kilometers an hour, both in forward and in reverse, because we have 8-wheel steering and we have an autonomy kit on both ends. I've never seen anything like that in my life. The idea being is she can come up out of a hide site, engage a target, and then quickly get back to hide from FPV threats, anti-tank missiles, anything like that.
Who are some of the other crucial partnerships, either on software or the hardware side, that are required to make something like the Havoc a reality?
Open architecture. So that's the reason we did it that way. So like if our customer wants to use Starlink, hey, here you go, we'll plug it in. Open architecture on the inside, open architecture with RCOS communication systems and situational awareness. One C2 system in UAE is not the same C2 system in the Netherlands. So we have to have that open architecture that allows us to be more flexible to our customers' requirements. Today, if you look at operations in Ukraine, there are no tanks, there are no APCs. All of these capital assets full of people are unable to go and operate on the front lines. It's because they have no protection. So you take a vehicle like Havoc here today, you take the turret off, and we put a counter UAS system on top of this vehicle. And then with the autonomy kit that Milram has developed over the course of the last 10 years of existence, you would say, hey, here's 5 vehicles. Stay in the middle and protect them from threats above. And so with something like a 30 millimeter cannon, we can project force out to 15, 20 kilometers and protect those capital assets from the FPV threat at a really low cost per kill ratio.
But the Havoc is just one part of Milram's broader strategy. The company has also developed the Themis, a smaller but equally capable platform that's already being deployed in combat.
What we're demonstrating here is the ability and the flexibility of Themis to integrate any system. As long as it weighs 1,000 kilos or less, we're able to integrate local products, we're able to bring local industry into our baseline, and then we're going to take this system and we're going to offer it to Ukraine. In fact, there's a 100,000 euro bounty by the Russians on capturing one of our systems with the base station and with the controller.
Some of the tech specs that most stand out to you or are personal favorites on this particular piece of machine?
Yeah, so Silent Watch. So we've been in Ukraine under our own investment for the last 18 months, and we've been working all the time with them trying to figure out what the best mix of gas versus electrical power is. And so we've tuned Themis to have enough Silent Watch mobility that we can turn the engine off, we operate at night, there's no thermal signature, and she can go up, pick people up, she can come back, and as soon as she's out of the threat environment, turn the engine on and continue on her way. We just did that mission a few weeks ago where the gentleman who got struck by an anti-personnel mine, he was stuck in a field, it was nighttime, it was too dangerous because of the FPV threats. So they turned the motor off, they sent her in, the guy crawled up into the basket, we brought him home, the guy survived, kept both of his legs. You know, like these are things that we see every day and these are missions we're doing all the time.
From land to sea, autonomous systems are reshaping military operations. L3 Harris is pioneering new tech that removes human operators from dangerous situations.
So I think this ship is a very good example of like L3 Harris as a whole. We've got a maritime ship that has an autonomous capability. That autonomy is a thing that we do at L3 Harris. We can build autonomous systems. This boat is kind of an example of that. And that little green mushroom is actually a sensor. It's called the Muse, and Muse is a comm sensor. So it senses communication radio frequency emissions. And then we use that sensor to identify the location that's transmitting and perhaps even who it is or what it is that's transmitting. This for us is new because previously we've worked in radar, our radio frequency. Think radar, think surface to air missile or another airplane. Now what we're demonstrating is we can take the entire electromagnetic spectrum from RF comms to RF radar, take all of that and look at it real time. So various segments of our company coming together to produce actually an entire defense article with modern capability.
While L3 Harris may dominate the surface, BAE Systems is pushing autonomous technology beneath the waves.
What are we standing in front of?
So we're standing in front of a representation of our extra-large autonomous underwater vehicle. So it's 12 meters long, about 8 tons, so a bit of a beast. This is a machine, a tool used to autonomously navigate the deep oceans and fulfill a range of jobs, use cases from hunting for submarines to firing torpedoes to conducting spying missions. It's got a super long range, so you can either fit lithium-ion battery solution in it or hydrogen fuel cell. It will give it a range of up to 5,000 kilometers, 45 days, so huge endurance. You know, you can get to most parts of the world to do various missions with that. And the other key thing is advanced autonomy.
Ultimately, the robots are there to get the user out of harm's way, so they can operate them from quite a distance. Traditionally, we'll be in a car bomb, those kind of areas.
Let's start right here. What are we looking at?
So T7 is a large one, so despite the size of it, you can actually use and go very intricate in its controls in the deactivation of the bombs, in fact, actually. But typically allows you to drag even cars out of areas of operation. So for instance, if you're in an urban context, you could potentially drag the car away before you actually go in and start deactivating the bomb that may be in there, in fact. The other things that we've really done and we think are real differentiators, we've got a thing called a haptic fingers in there, which are really intricate fingers, which almost emulate your hands in its operation. So when I talk about unzipping, cutting wires, for instance, that's what we can actually do in this capability. So whilst it's quite capable in its operation, it's actually quite intricate in how it operates at times as well.
Precision missile technology represents another frontier in autonomous warfare. German defense contractor Diehl is developing systems that can protect entire regions from aerial threats.
The system is already in operations in Ukraine. So the task or the mission of the system is to protect larger areas against aerial threats. Those threats are mainly jets or fighter aircraft or air-to-ground ammunition, or especially like we see in Ukraine on a daily basis, it's cruise missiles or even drones that we need to intercept to protect civil infrastructure or critical assets on the ground.
Let's talk about the mid-range missile. What are we looking at? And if I'm not mistaken, this is essentially 1-to-1. This is the actual size that we're talking about. What should we know?
This is a 40-kilometer range, 20-kilometer altitude interceptor. We have a direct hit capability in this interceptor. That means we hit the target structure directly. This is done with the imaging infrared seeker. We have under the nose cone, you see on top of the missile. So with pinpoint accuracy, we are capable to hit the target. And this reduces, let's say, the impact on the ground and fratricide we might cause with the debris coming down. So a very precise and interceptor that has a very high single shot kill probability.
Yeah, the construction of the missile is one thing. The full stack and the delivery is something altogether. Tell me about what we got.
This is essentially the launcher, the Iris TSLM launcher, built on a 20-foot ISO container frames. So we launch the interceptor vertical, and from the vertical start, it can go into any direction to protect against threats coming in from 360 degrees. Normally they are remotely controlled from the second element we see down here from the Tactical Operations Center. So this is the only manned element during operations. We have 3 operators sitting there doing all the air defense.
How important is it for you and the team at Diehl to stay agile, to stay mobile, to be able to use and embrace new technologies on top of your core existing products?
Yeah, I think we learn this on a daily basis right now in the conflicts like in Ukraine where the system is involved, that you need to continuously improve the capabilities of the systems. You need to embrace new technologies, find ways how to harvest new capabilities that might come up through new technologies and figure out what makes sense and what doesn't, and really improve the systems and stay ahead of the threat.
When we come back, more from the show floor of the DSEI conference in London. Stay tuned.
Modern warfare isn't just about having the most advanced weapons. It's about connecting those systems and making sense of vast amounts of data in real time. But how do companies build the digital backbone of tomorrow's military?
Obviously, the big topic right now is Golden Dome, and we're very proud to be a part of standing by ready to execute the Golden Dome initiative. We have currently 39 satellites on order to perform the missile warning, missile defense mission. We have the hypersonic HBTSS satellite on orbit now as the proven solution, and we're very excited to be able to move forward and accelerate that program in coordination with the President's executive order. A lot of the opportunities associated with that is continuing to partner with a wide range of companies across our industrial base, such as Palantir and Shield AI, to bring in AI, ML solutions and try and continue to make those proven hardware solutions ever more capable.
We do multi-domain electronic warfare, both sensing and jamming, as well as data sharing. So DISCO it stands for Distributed Spectrum Collaboration and Operations. It is a bit of a pivot for our company where we have traditionally made hardware that protects aircrew or warfighters in various platforms against enemy radar threats. We do that really well. We build the jammers, the sensors, and the user interfaces to make sure that warfighters come home alive. So an example of how we would do this in an operational vignette, this is more airborne focused, though imagine all domains are at play here. You have stand-in jammers that are going after a particular target set. They detect an enemy signal that may or may not be in their library. So when that happens, the sensor on board collects that data, and through the power of DISCO, we can move that data that is interesting up into an edge node or a cloud services type environment. Because once you get that data to the cloud or to an edge processing node where human decision makers can do something with that information, really the sky is the limit. You can start bringing in third-party applications, our own algorithms. You can pull in data from various sensors. Some of those would be from our company, some would be from other companies.
Can you tell me quickly any real-life use cases where DISCO technology has already been used, or potential use cases where you can see this being used?
We detected an incoming assault force, and we not only were able to characterize those signals and identify what those were, we could get precise geolocation and feed that up to the commander so that that commander could react in real time to these evolving scenarios.
Traditional defense contractors like RTX are evolving beyond just building weapons. The company is focused on creating integrated systems that work together seamlessly.
You've seen some of the weapon systems, you've seen the work that we're doing on Javelin. There's also a range of weapon systems that the UK engineers also get involved in and manufacture. So we manufacture a huge number of components up in Scotland that we then export to the rest of the world, in particular back to the US. One of the other things we work quite hard as well is understanding all of the threats that you see in operation. So in particular, the importance of position, navigation and timing. So one of the things we've been talking about is a program that we have is called Land Shield. So what this system can do can actually look and identify what's trying to jam you, what's trying to spoof you, and basically provide that operational effective exact position back to those rest of those systems.
We're standing in front of something that a lot of people may be familiar with but actually know very little about. H, what is this?
What you see in front of you is a Javelin missile.
Talk to me a bit about the production for a piece of machinery like this. I know it's not just Raytheon, Lockheed Martin oftentimes is involved with that joint production. How does it actually come together physically?
Predominantly, the missile is produced and assembled by Lockheed Martin, and the command launch unit is produced by Raytheon. Typically, you'll have a two-person team, the gunner and the commander, and they will operate that system in tandem. And not only is it used in a kinetic role to engage targets, predominantly armoured targets, but it's also used as part of, for example, a recce screen, and that the optics on the capability give the commander of that battle group or that company group the opportunity to see what's out there and then decide whether he's going to engage or not.
How far can this go and how fast can this go?
So typically, right now, the in-service capability has got a range of about 2 kilometres, and that is predominantly constrained by not the missile. The missile can go further, but the ability for the operator, the gunner, to identify a target. What we don't want to be doing is firing at something we think might be a target.
Therefore, in the next year or two, the lightweight clue, a new iteration of the command and launch unit, is going to be introduced, and that has improved optics and will enable the gunners to fire Javelin out to ranges of about 4 kilometers. So a massive increase in the range and the capability of the Javelin.
While companies like RTX focus on current systems, others are already developing the connected warfare platforms of 2045. Diehl is bringing a unique perspective on how information management will reshape air combat.
Let's talk about FCAS Future Combat Air System. I know this is something that is still coming together. What is it now, and what do you hope it will be?
It's a concept. It's very complex. I'd say the biggest deal is to find a way to solve the problem with information. There's a lot of information on the battlefield. For example, the sensors out there, they're detecting a threat. Then the information level changes in the air combat cloud. There will be information going back and forth between all the players that are involved in the operation. Then there will be made a decision, a tactical decision. And after that, for example, we get depicted here swarm. The whole thing calms down, and then there will be like remote carriers or aircrafts taking care of the problem, I'd say, and solve it.
I was really surprised with the timeline. I believe you said 2045 or so?
Yeah. That's the official timeline of the Future Combat Air System. Everybody would like to have it done before, but in reality, it's a complex. It's the Future Combat Air System is made out of 3 partners. Main partners is France, Spain, and Germany, and we all try to find a good solution of who's responsible for what part of the project.
What are a few of the realities of using a remote carrier like this that you think people might be most surprised to know? And how are you envisioning remote carriers like this can be used to better enhance the efficiency of fighters?
It has to be fast, it has to be undetected, so it's low observable, as I said. And, just let's crack down the name, the Phoenix, because it's future effector, it's adaptable to the mission. So we have a couple of sensors that we can build in there, just to make sure whatever is the task, we find the right way. Then networking, or networked, that means it's connected to the air combat cloud. All the information is going back and forth between the air combat cloud and these remote carriers. And if I say plural carriers, there will be it's not just like a cruise missile with one. There will be a whole swarm of these, and just being deployed. Intelligent, even if the air combat cloud falls apart, is jamming or whatever happens, the Phoenix or this type of remote carrier is able to continue the mission by itself, not just falling down. And expandable means, obviously, it's not a loyal wingman, it will not come back. Just to give you a rough number, it will fly half an hour, and in that half an hour, it has to do its job.
Why do you think technology like this will be increasingly important to fight the battles of tomorrow?
Because it's getting complex. There's also like a trend that they're putting a lot of mass and trying to overwhelm the enemy by just a ground-based air defense, just by drones, by missiles, rockets, whatever flies, throwing a lot of stuff at the enemy. And I think that these make a difference because, as I said, we try to keep a low price tag on it. So it makes it affordable, and you can actually also put a lot of these out there. And that will make the difference in the end. If 2 or 3 of these get through and make the job, then it will make the difference. That's at least the idea.
When we return, our financial expert is back with some smart money moves for the fall season. Don't go away. Welcome back. As the leaves begin to change and the holiday months approach, it's important to keep an eye on your budget. On this edition of Money Minute, Jeanette Mack from Navy Federal Credit Union is back with some advice for avoiding the autumn budget squeeze.
The end of summer brings cooler temps, pumpkin spice lattes, and the anticipation of the holidays. Are you ready? Those lattes and the holidays can be expensive. The best way to keep more of your money in your pocket and still enjoy the festive season is to be proactive and practical. In other words, plan well and save well. Take the time now to review and evaluate spending and cut unnecessary expenses. Negotiate better deals on services like internet or cable. These companies want to keep you as a customer and are usually willing to work with you to keep your business. And as a rule, you should be reviewing your subscriptions annually anyway. It's also helpful to plan any shopping you do. Use coupons and stick to your list, or better yet, have some no-spend weekends. Wherever you're able to save, reallocate those funds to a designated holiday spending account and keep it there. And don't put off maintenance on your house until winter when it becomes a bigger expense. Clean your gutters and furnace filters regularly. This keeps your bills lower too. It's the little things that add up to big rewards. So plan well, and savor the holidays.
To get more coverage of military and defense topics, jump out of that Osprey and glide on over to militarytimes.com and defensenews.com for more headlines. And to be the sharpest sailor on the flight deck, sign up for our early bird brief, compiled each morning bringing you the most recent headlines. And if social media is how you stay up to date, follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and X. And we're on TikTok, so go follow us there as well. When we come back, the conclusion of our DSCI coverage in conjunction with our partners at Cheddar. Don't miss it.
The ultimate advantage in modern warfare may not come from the biggest gun or fastest plane, but instead the ability to process information faster than your opponent and make better decisions. The team at Palantir is reshaping military strategy through human-machine interfaces and artificial intelligence.
We allow our customers to build an ontology, a map of their business, an understanding of their world, and on top of that, we're then able to apply the latest advances in machine learning and AI technologies, not least agentic AI. So taking a set of highly powerful AI tools and giving them this map of the business, all of the data that the customers need to be able to make these decisions, and allowing then those agents to thoroughly embed and enable these customers of ours to make very high quality decisions, taking the work or the time that may previously have been weeks or months and turning that into minutes and seconds.
But before AI can make decisions, the underlying systems must be secure. Cybersecurity companies like Arcit are building the foundations that keep military networks safe from digital attack.
What defense is seeking and what the operators are seeking are rapid to market, rapid to deployment technologies, but they cannot be compromising the security or the safety or indeed the effectiveness of those technologies. So Arcit feels it has a very strong role to play in that. We are a very modular approach to how you might go about protecting the sort of digital battle space and the technologies that operators and warfighters are deploying in today's modern sort of conflict environment. Everybody needs to secure their data, and that would be as applicable in a modern threat landscape to banks, to telecoms companies, to other CNI, energy supplies. So these are just as critical to the national interest as indeed the sort of front of the tip of the spear warfighter capabilities are.
However, all of this advanced technology means nothing without properly trained operators. Babcock is revolutionizing how military personnel learn to use these complex systems in real-life situations.
BITE, which is the Babcock Immersive Training Experience. It's a system we've developed over the last couple of years to deliver realism to our frontline operators, whether that's airmen, sailors, or soldiers. We've also used it for emergency services. It's a super adaptable training solution. Today, which we're going to walk inside, we've got a urban command bunker training our soldiers to be able to operate in really disrupted, difficult and dislocated locations.
How important is customer feedback to the overall process?
Massively important. So some of the original light bulb moments for the development of this system came from customers saying, hey, these are my current training issues. And it's kind of fed to where we've gone. So this is a deployable solution, it's a modular and scalable solution. And then the key piece that we really honed in on was that ability to deliver immersive but repeatable training. So you've got a preset UAV flight path here. It's flying over hostile territory. What you're looking to do is identify key capabilities that are out there. For example, that might be a suspicious vehicle at the top. And then you're going to use our Babcock vehicle recognition tool or virtual recognition tool to corroborate and positively identify what it is. Okay, so T-90, Russian main battle tank. You would then send up a sighting report. I've seen a T-90 at NAI-1. My recommendation is to engage. And then you'd report that up to your commander. Really, really important tool on the modern battlefield to get that information up to the commander as quickly as possible so they can act on it.
The future of warfare will be decided not just by who has the most advanced systems, but by who can best integrate autonomous systems, process information faster, and train their people more effectively. From the autonomous vehicles of Milram to the AI-powered decision systems of Palantir to Diehl's remote carriers, we've seen how innovation is reshaping the battlefield.
Well, that's all we have time for in this episode. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next week.
Now, of course, we would not be talking about the Indo-Pacific region without discussing sea power, the state of the might of the great American fleet, as well as sustaining the industrial base. So please welcome to the stage Cynthia Cook, Senior Fellow for the Center for the Industrial Base at CSIS. Brent Sadler is the Senior Research Fellow at the Allison Center for National Security at the Heritage Foundation. And Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb will guide the conversation.
You're right in the center.
Yep.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We are going to talk about the state of shipbuilding and the Navy's fleet. And I think it's fair to say that shipbuilding is struggling right now. Let's start off, Brent. Can you just tell us what you're seeing here in the U.S.? What are you hearing from allies? And what are the dangers of falling behind in shipbuilding?
Great question, and thanks for the chance to talk about perhaps one of my biggest passion projects since I left the Navy in 2020. That is trying to revive America's maritime industrial base. So where we are right now in the grand plan, which is, quite frankly, a bipartisan and a national effort. There's a lot of public support for this reindustrialization. It's the attracting of foreign capital to then also try to incentivize and attract even more American capital into this very atrophied, languishing sector. And that's kind of one of the first ingredients, and that's starting. You saw that with Hanwha in the Philadelphia shipyard. There's a lot of speculation that's going on. 3 years ago, shipyards could have been bought into steel. That's not the case anymore, as capital is starting to search for investments. And that's good as you try to grow out the industrial base and also to build out the workforce. So we're at that phase now, and with the president's very explicit and consistent, sustained attention to this national endeavor, it's also having another synergistic effect. You're getting also a lot more activity and planning into new shipyards as well as the brownfield type shipyards. Navy, on the other hand, is going to take a little longer time. You have shipyards that, sorry. I think I must have turned off the microphone. The Navy is going to take a little longer because it's an exquisite design and requirements. You have nuclear-powered ships. It's not going to be easy to get new capacity for that, and that's going to take time. But you've got the Maritime Action Plan, which is coming out from the executive order from April for regaining America's maritime dominance. The end of the year, by November 16th, is this action plan. We should see before then some maritime prosperity zones to also incentivize. Those decisions hopefully are still going forward. And again, when it comes to building Navy, that's where we need to get more ships in the water, and we're going to be led to, I think, exploring new ways of fabrication. We're not at that yet, but you can hear some of it with the unmanned ships, and there's a lot of new entrants into that sector. Saronic gets a lot of attention. Anduril's another one. These are all, the first step is come in with a small or medium-sized unmanned vessel, but eventually they can progress in a crawl, walk, run up in the chain of larger warships. So there's a lot of things going on. We're in the first step of this, attract capital and make the investments. Hopefully before the end of the year, we see some ground broken on new yards or expansion of existing. $5 billion is going into Hanwha, or from Hanwha into Philly. I think there's more coming.
Okay, and you sound a little optimistic, but what are you hearing? You just were on a trip. What are you hearing from allies? Are they concerned with our levels? Have they, expressed any sort of doubt in our partnerships with them?
Yeah, so if you saw my article yesterday in the Washington Times, there is a deep concern. While I'm an incurable optimist, and again, if you look over in the lifetime, this is a very unique amount of interest. You've got Congress, you've got the president, and you have allies. And so I already mentioned South Korea, that's Hanwha. Of course, you've got Hyundai and you've got Samsung also. that are entering into it. And then you've got, of course, the Italians, Fincantieri, the Australians, Austal, all very much engaged. We can talk AUKUS, because that's a part of this whole thing as well. So the allies and the partners and even some of the foreign shipping companies and Maersk, CGM, CMA, as well as MSC, and even looking at the Greek families that run a lot of the LNG carriers, they all need a signal that this is going to be sustained. And this is where what's missing is getting the actual executors. So this is the Maritime Administrator. Hopefully in a week or two that'll be resolved, but we need to get Steve Carmel in his job and actually driving and executing the president's plan. Over in the Pentagon, we've got, of course, the Secretary of the Navy, but his lead shipbuilder, of course, Jason Potter is an old friend of mine, is actually there working, but the RDA, the Assistant Secretary, is not named yet. So he needs a shipbuilder. So we need a few key players, and we need that signal to be consistent, because we're at the risk of losing the momentum that's been building over the last couple of years.
And I want to talk about that momentum in my next couple of questions. But first, Cynthia, what are you seeing? I mean, you've written that we're in a state of emergency right now. Kind of lay that down for all of our audience.
So I, first of all, thank you all for inviting me to participate in this panel, and thank you all for staying throughout this point of the day. I would say that you've saved the best for last, except it's dangerous to say that when you're following a senator. So thank you for staying and for being here just the same. I will say that, let me first follow on with something that Brent said about the sustained energy that he's seen for the past couple of years and the growing energy. The challenges in U.S. shipbuilding are by no means new. They've certainly been, this has been a concern for as long as I've been working on defense industrial issues, so 25, 30 years. What is different today is the level of senior leader, executive level interest in ensuring that the United States has the shipbuilding industry that it needs to compete and to prevail. President Trump has a sustained interest on this in his public statements. He does seem to focus on what's really important about keeping the U.S. shipbuilding industry healthy. So that, I think, offers an opportunity for the right kind of investment in shipbuilding, because it's not a simple challenge. It can't be solved with just one tweak. We need the Navy, we need the U.S. Executive branch and the Navy on board with a focus on making the kinds of investments, the consistent investments and longer-term multi-year contracts with shipbuilders. We need Congress to support that. We need a clear understanding of what the challenges are. For example, the challenges in shipbuilding are not only at the prime contractor level, they're also throughout the supply chain. Since COVID and since Russia's war in Ukraine has revealed challenges in the U.S. Supply chain, we have a new focus on the importance, not just the first level, but all the way down. So that's another issue. The workforce challenge, it's not that shipyards can't recruit workers, but the shipbuilding work is physical, it's hard, it's outside in unair-conditioned facilities. So what kind of new techniques can be used to attract and maintain a shipbuilding workforce? And the number of times we hear that shipyards can't compete in terms of pay because people can, get just a couple of dollars more working at a convenience store down the street, makes me think, well, gosh, what kind of policies can we have to make sure that shipyard workers are paid a wage that makes them want to stay there? And that will, again, take, that's not just something that the shipyards can solve on their own without support from the Navy and Congress to allow the cost growth that would represent. But really, a lot of this is dependent on multi-year, longer-term contracts to the shipbuilders so that they have the incentives to invest in upgrades to the shipyards. Yeah. So I am seeing a clear understanding of the importance of shipbuilding and the importance of solving the challenge across on many levels. And why is it a challenge? Well, it's the U.S. is in an increasingly dangerous world. We, at one point, were a leader in shipbuilding, but now we're really not even on the map. China is the world's largest shipbuilder, followed by the South Korea and Japan. I was going to add Mitsubishi and Japanese companies to your list. Fincantieri, of course, and there's shipbuilders around the world. And when I have been to visit them, they're all eager to invest in the United States. And certainly there's market reasons for it. They're trying to grow their own sales. They're trying to connect with the U.S. defense industrial base. But there is real interest and not a drop of cynicism about the U.S. as a partner.
Well, you mentioned investment, and you mentioned maintaining an interest. I mean, we have a Navy budget that has been presented. We have the reconciliation bill for fiscal year 26. Grade that for me. I mean, I think there were 3 ships in one. I think there were 16 ships in the other. I mean, was that sufficient? What were the pros and cons of that?
Good, but not good enough is the best way I would characterize it. While it's good, it's about a 21% increase in the shipbuilding budget if you look at the reconciliation and the president's proposed budget for next fiscal year. Good, but we're paying down 30 years of neglect, in some cases, bad decisions. So it's still going to take a lot of time to recover from, and that also means a lot of money and a lot of capital investment to reopen public shipyards for nuclear maintenance. That is not cheap endeavor. So 21% increase, great. 19 new ships, sounds good. And if it's executed, that might get us back on track to the plan back in 2016 when President Trump in his first term and Congress codified in law that the goal would be 355 ships. So I always like going back and looking at what the plan was and where we are today. So, yes, I'm sorry.
Well, I highlight the importance of investments in the defense industrial base as a nonpartisan issue. Just if you look at the last 8 years, President Trump had some reports on supply chain emergencies. President Biden's administration looked at some of the same things. This has to be a nonpartisan issue that's sustained across administrations.
And I think the concern is that even when you get a large investment, the sustainment is not there. Just because one passes this year, there's absolutely no guarantee that that same amount of investment in shipbuilding is going to occur in the next budget. So how do you counter that?
So one, you have it didn't happen necessarily organically, but the Ships for America Act was bicameral, bipartisan from the beginning. And the effort really began about a year and a half before in a project called Revolution in Shipping. And the idea was to very carefully construct the approach such that it didn't turn into a partisan kind of bickering. But the other key thing is you have to have a president that's very energized. With President Trump, you've got that. So you've got a president, the executive, and you've got Congress, Democrats and Republicans, because of world events, quite frankly. And there's a series of them that go back to 2021, make it very clear that we are far too vulnerable in our maritime. So there's a consensus. And so now executing in the details is where we have to be careful going forward, that we don't lose that bipartisan and also executive branch and legislative branch working together on this. The Ships for America Act, it's not perfect, but I think getting that back out and being debated and voted on this year would be a great milestone, as well as getting the rest of the team in place.
What do you see as the delay so far?
On the legislation, it is. So another thing that I've tried to address, because I get a lot of these questions about, well, we can just pull off a part of this that's just on incentivizing investment in shipyards from the merchant mariners part, and then we can also where's the naval shipbuilding? The reality is it's all connected. And if you start pulling this very complex by necessity legislation into its pieces, it's going to fall apart. And this is why past attempts, the last serious attempt at this was when Nixon was president. That's how long ago before we've had this type of energy and consensus on this industrial sector. So keeping it on track is key. It has to be complex. And to get to your question, why is it taking so long? You've got numerous committees that this has to work through. And there's a lot of equities that are at risk here, and I mean, I can go through the whole list of them, but navigating that or threading that needle has been done very artful by many people up on the Hill, Democrat, Republican, House and Senate, as well as folks like in my institution, Heritage Foundation, Brookings, and others. It's really been a very broad coalition, all like-minded on the necessity for our national defense to get the sector back on track.
And a reminder to find Robert if you guys have questions in the audience.
Yeah.
I want to follow up, Cynthia, with what you had said about not being able to sustain the shipbuilders themselves, having issues with shipbuilding. The investment there, we should note that about half the cost of a ship is labor. So if you want to increase wages, then the government is going to have to, the Navy's going to have to pay more for the ship. So how do you square that with the consistencies of inflation going up, so the costs are already going up? How do you ensure that the shipbuilders are being paid enough as you're thinking of budgets, 2, 3, 4 years in advance sometimes on some of these ships?
You put your finger on a real challenge, which is that there are so many competing priorities, including unmanned naval systems, which we need and more and soon. In terms of the labor force, the retirement of senior shipyard workers, I don't want to say old, but they've been at it for a long time, has led to what is referred to as a green labor force. There's less average years of experience than there used to be. And that means that the work takes longer and there's more rework. So hopefully the investment in greater wages could yield more expert workforce and that growth over time. That's not guaranteed, but we have to look at what these investments will yield, which is, perhaps first time, less rework for shipbuilding. So that's part of it. But again, if we really think that the level of Chinese shipbuilding is a concern, just assuming that the way we've done things in the past will get us to where we need to be in terms of shipbuilding capability and capacity is just not going to work. So one thing that the history will make clear is that if the United States is directly involved in a conflict, a lot of the challenges that we've been discussing go right out the window. Suddenly there's more money, there's more workers, we'll have what we need in a conflict. But how do we, hopefully we avoid that, and how do we build our capacity now so that it is much easier to increase capacity and ships if we do need them? And so shipbuilding cooperation is one solution to that, and that's something that we could talk more on if you're interested.
Well, let's talk about that. So we want to stay, the United States wants to stay ahead, that if there were a conflict, we could be able to escalate the industry. We saw with Russia, when Russia invaded Ukraine, defense industry and the Army realized that they did not have the industrial investments and the capacity there or the stockpiles to support Ukraine in this, and so they had a plan and they executed a plan. We have not seen that on shipbuilding. It seems like plans get started, but there is no follow through. So what's going on here? This is for either of you, and how do you get out of that rut and actually stick to a plan in terms of shipbuilding?
So on the accountability side of it, there's lots of tools that are there that have not been brought back from the bin of history. And that comes with underperforming or mismanaged enterprises. When we get closer to 2027, the consequences of having underperforming or mismanagement in the defense industrial base and not being able to produce munitions, unmanned vessels, and ordered warships is going to become, it's going to be a direct correlation to national security threat and perhaps even open conflict. The biggest danger is with China, who is less and less deterred by what force we can put to the field now. The other thing about, so on the budget side, a big, beautiful block buy would have been a great opportunity in the reconciliation. I hear there may be more. So again, what I've called the Naval Act, Modern Naval Act, is one way. What you do is you lock in a large purchase of stable design ships. So these are the destroyers, the Virginia class. These are they're already
the amphibs.
And absolutely the amphibs and the aircraft carriers. But what you do is you do a block buy, economies of scale And inside of that are included the capital investments in workforce and also infrastructure to grow the capacity. And the idea is the Navy and Congress just buy the ships. The cost includes the capital investments, a part of it, and get Congress and the Navy out of managing the waterfront. Let better engineering practices prevail, and let better business practices prevail. There's another interesting avenue in this is to also look at changing the incentive structures because it's private business. And so public business, and we have to change the way that things are incentivized. And one way of doing that is a distributed profit taxation. And the idea is zero tax if you reinvest in your infrastructure or in your workforce with zero.
That's in the SHIPS Act, is that?
It is one of the discussions. Hopefully it can be in there. It's something that we are pushing for at Heritage Foundation because it's worked in Estonia. And again, the last administration, and I think you're starting to hear similar criticisms of the shipbuilding industry, is that there's not enough reinvesting into capacity. And so that's not really the business's fault. It's Congress and the government should try to take a hard look at changing the incentive structures.
I agree. These are private or publicly held, but private companies, and so their owners are Wall Street. So they're doing what Wall Street rewards. Let me follow on one thing that Brent said, which in terms of multi-year contracts, is that it's not just about the shipbuilders investing in infrastructure at their shipyards and management practice and so on and so forth. It's also about the whole supply chain because the shipbuilders can turn to their suppliers who can in turn turn to their suppliers and say, hey, previously we were ordering one of these at a time, but now we see there's a 10 item buy. We'd like to get 10 items, or 10 ship buy. We'd like to get 10 items. Can you give us a price break on that? So there's opportunities for cost savings that also redound to the supply chain if there are multi-year buys.
One piece on that is advanced procurement, where because we are so close to 2027 as a window of danger with China, the prime shipbuilders definitely get a lot of money and a lot of orders go to them. But increasingly, separate from a specific hull, we're going to have to start doing advanced procurement of some of the key components, like the fire control system, some of the large forged equipment or parts, as well as some of the other components, so that we have a stockpile, so that as the shipyards are ready to get to that point in construction, you've already got it. So that's also a way to directly go to the second, third, fourth tier in the supply chain and put orders directly in there to grow that industrial base.
And what are the single points of failures? Where are there companies that are the only supplier of a particular component, and how can we make sure those companies don't go out of business?
There's so many of them in shipbuilding where they are the only one in many instances that build this particular piece for, name the ship. It's all over the United States shipbuilding industrial. It's a huge problem, and no one's really talking about how to solve that. And we heard in March when the president announced the shipbuilding office at the White House, there were hopes that this would be one of the first things that could be tackled. And as we were discussing yesterday, we really haven't seen much from that office yet. I know you mentioned the administrator that has not been named yet, but the office itself is now moved to OMB. Most of the people from that office have left. What is causing this delay? I mean, what are you seeing here?
So my read on the reformation of the NSC, or downsizing, however you want to characterize it, and that included the movement or the shuttering of the shipbuilding office that had been in the NSC. The reality is the shipbuilding endeavor transcends national security and the economics, so it really couldn't fit in the NEC or the NSC. So in my mind, this was inevitable. The folks that are on there, they were the first office. They are still engaged by and large. Two of them are over in OMB, so the effort lives on. And Office of Management and Budget, you can't get anything done without money. And so setting the priorities in finance and the budget from the White House, I think, makes good sense when they're going to shift to execution. So I'm less worried about policy formulation. I'm less worried about discovery at this stage, because the folks know where the warts are and they know what's under the rocks. The issue is execution, and that's why, for me, the momentum needs to be picked up again by getting the basically the executors, the maritime administrator, the research development and acquisition assistant secretary over at Navy in place. And if Commerce is going to be active on this, there was some efforts of standing up a similar type of office. This is the time before the end of the year to get that in place. I would say that you make a good point about doing an analysis of what are the bottlenecks in the production, but it's also a catalog of the waterfront capacity in the United States too, and what's needed for investment. That's in the executive order. And I would hope that we would still see in the Maritime Action Plan due in mid-November, a little bit more detail, a little bit more scale on what is actually planned. But again, until those people are in place, Maritime Administrator, RDA, it's going to be a little hard to expect.
And so my hope is that President Trump's personal interest in shipbuilding does keep the executive branch focused on it. That's what it needs.
I want to end on China, but before I do, since you mentioned the cooperation, Cynthia, with other nations, that has been looked at by the Navy as a solution to potentially fixing a lot of issues. There's pushback from industry saying that the more you reach out to a Japan or a Korea, the less business we're going to have and we could go under. So kind of pro and con that. Where do you see that? Where do you fall in that argument?
So I think the starting point kind of drives where one's perspective might be on that. So if you see there's a potential for a national shipbuilding emergency, that gives a different perspective than, well, we're at a steady state, things are fine. So I tend to fall a little bit more into the first bucket. So really, what is the full solution space here? There are legal limits to some of the avenues for cooperation. You know, the U.S. can't buy foreign warships or even modular construction. But if we put the laws aside for a second and look at what each of these offers, you can sort of take the perspective of what's the outcome I want and how do I get there? Well, if you think you need a lot of ships fast, buying foreign ships is a way to get there, or having modular constructions where part of the ships are built in foreign shipyards and then assembled in the United States. So these will help accelerate shipbuilding. If you want to, if you're worried about contested logistics in the case of a fight, well, you probably want to do more maintenance overseas. So right now, there's limits on doing maintenance of home-ported ships overseas. So that's one of the things to consider looking at, but also exploring work with foreign industry to see who's interested in what they could do in maintaining Navy ships. Because if we are in a conflict and it's in the Indo-Pacific, getting ships from there back to home ports to be prepared could take weeks and puts the ships at risk because of the contested sea.
Yeah, they're in China's backyard at that
point.
point.
Exactly. So again, if you need, if you're looking at this as an if-then, then that kind of opens your aperture to what you might want to do.
I want to ask
one last thing, though, is that if your concern is U.S. shipbuilding capability and capacity, then allies buying U.S. shipyards, as Hanwha Ocean did with Philly, or allies investing in U.S. shipbuilders to improve their practices, like HD Hyundai they have a partnership with Huntington Ingalls Industry. That is a way of building U.S. shipbuilding capability and capacity. So cooperation with allies, what you do depends on the outcome that you need.
Well, I'm going to end on one last question because we are the last panel, so we can go over a little bit. I want to talk about China. You mentioned the concern that China has said that it wants to take Taiwan by force if necessary by 2027. It's stated that it would like to consider that or be ready for that. That is our near peer competitor, our pacing challenge. They have more ships than we do right now. And the United States has more tonnage and firepower, but how long is that going to last, and how would we fare if we had to go to war with China in the next couple of years?
So the 2027 is, I think, a consensus now because you've had two administrations and you've had cabinet level personnel that have seen behind the curtain of secrecy, and they all come to the same conclusion. And it was no secret if you read in the Chinese press for many years that they were accelerating their plans to 2027. Doesn't mean there will be a war, but they will have the capability, the capacity to fight a war on their terms.
Would we be successful though? What do you think?
There's nothing certain in war. This is the most risky endeavor that's in human existence, is choosing to go to conflict. Just ask Putin. He thought he'd be done in 3 days against Zelensky. So lots of risk, and the key thing is to continue to agitate risk and put too many questions in Beijing's mind. So we still can deter China or regain that deterrence, but all indications are that they are not. You can just look at what they did just a few weeks ago in the South China Sea to the Filipinos, or the Filipinos were able to actually trick them into hitting their own Coast Guard cutter. It was clear that the Chinese were willing to kill Filipino sailors in that incident. That was the intent, was to basically ram that patrol vessel. And they would learn a lot from how we respond to that. So we're being tested every day. How we respond operationally is one thing, but for the discussion here on shipbuilding, setting the conditions for growing our industrial base to be able to rapidly expand, either building unmanned vessels very quickly, which is probably the only way we can get firepower to sea in this near term. But the Chinese are counting that. As a good engineer, they're looking at the military-to-military force balance. And if we don't have the ability to sustain a hit with fewer ships and all our eggs in those fewer baskets, those eggs being missiles and strike platforms like fighter aircraft, the strategic or a tactical loss of a ship becomes a strategic loss in the war. And so we have to be careful about that. So we need to have more ships at the sea, and the Chinese are going to look at that. And they're going to, on balance, assess if we're serious about waging a long war. If we're not, then I think conflict becomes much more likely and deterrence is impossible.
Well, we're going to have to leave it there. That's a lot to think about. But thank you, Brent Sadler with the Heritage Foundation, Cynthia Cook with CSIS. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thanks.
Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, folks, we are now going to continue our discussion on the general space of emerging technologies and strategic competition in the Indo-Pacific with the Navy's Chief Technology Officer, Justin Finelli, who is here, along with C4ISR Net's Space and Emerging Technology reporter, Courtney Albin. Please welcome them both to the stage.
Well, Justin, it's great to have you here today. Thanks for joining us. I thought maybe we could start out talking a little bit about your role in the Navy's Chief Technology Office, but also you have a dual-hatted, role in as a technical lead in one of the Navy's program executive offices. Can you talk a little bit about kind of what you do, what your focus is, and just a little bit about kind of your job there?
Sure. So I always jump into my role. Mostly because I think that's what people are interested in, but it occurs to me that talking about some of the background and the moment is more important than usual. So I'm an electrical engineer because the Air Force chose that for me. I liked STEM, but the fact that they said, hey, here's a need was incredible foresight for what I ended up doing. So I'm a debt of gratitude there. That has been the best surfboard I could ask for over the last 30 years of here's what hardware is doing, here's what software is doing, and then in riding that. And so I guess where that has led me and the government, specifically DoD, but some other places, intelligence agencies, have allowed me to really see how valuable, bless you, the partnerships from a public-private perspective can be, but there have been a lot of times where we just haven't tapped in or scaled that as much as possible. And so trying to get after that and being probably more empowered and enabled than we've ever been, what I see is the tech director role across 8 portfolios as one where instead of competing with industry, we're trying to open the door, welcome them, show us what we can do better. So this looks like driving the requirements side of things to be higher level and capability needs statements. This means piloting more things, some where we have an explicit, hey, this is something we haven't been great at, hey, this is just a gap. And so that tech director role has allowed my teams to get both more in the weeds and then also more integrated with the private sector than I think we had been before. And then the CTO role is it's the better title, but this is strategy, this is policy, this is connecting dots. And so one of the areas that I think we can build off of or leverage the acquisition community and the tech director work is we want to literally just scale what's working and have a more ready public-private partnership set of tools and opportunities that are ready to go so that we can pull them forward. And so that's kind of been the yin and yang of my last little bit.
Great. Well, there's some threads in there that I want to pull throughout our conversation on, scaling the empowerment that we're seeing from DoD in pushing through some of the roadblocks and all of that. But wanted to maybe talk a little bit about a recent, list of technology priorities that you released, things like AI, quantum, cyber. Can you give us an idea of kind of, these are priorities we hear from throughout the department. Why are they important for the Navy right now, and what are you doing to help kind of get after progress in those areas?
Sure. So Courtney's referring to the PTAs, the priority technology areas. And so historically, what we had done is given a list of, and Honorable Emil Michael, just I think last week said, hey, 14 is a pretty hard number to remember. The word priority wasn't even plural until the 1930s. It just used to mean one thing. And so the idea of narrowing our focus and making progress on a few things was the goal there. And so we chose 5. We actually go down to the third level of here are our needs. This is both for industry and investors. And so we use an investment horizons model. It's been around for a little while. This is a situation where we're leveraging instead of inventing. And so we have a kind of horizon 3 landscape of what's out there. And we combed through that and said, oh, here are areas where either we haven't seen it or there's just not enough happening. And so the reason that we put that signal out there and work with USD R&E to kind of cast attention is that we know that our industry partners are the ones who are pulling the hardest. The last numbers I saw are it's 6-to-1, the private sector R&D versus government R&D. That used to be 50-50. And so if we are not shining a clearer light on where we want that attention, then it's hard to expect the throughput will be where we'd like it to be. This to say, we shined 5 lights and then probably at the tier 3 level, like 30 mini lights on here's what we really need. In terms of those bearing fruit, I can take you through what's moved from Horizon 3 to 2 to 1 recently. In general, the latest numbers I saw were programs of record take between 17 and 27 years to field as of last year. We want that to be faster. We want that to be more commercial first, right? And so what can we do to both ready the garden and pull things through that are winners? I was on yesterday with one of the more progressive Army offices who's doing this. And I said, hey, what are your lessons learned? Let's exchange. And it's just really both encouraging and exciting to see how much faster we can pull tech if it's ready to be integrated, if it's interoperable in a smart way, and if it's someone who understands the Defense Department well enough to know that there's some overhead, less than there used to be, and if you can specify how this makes a difference for us, then we can get something through. And so all this to say how those are tracking significantly faster than they were before, and so we're going to double down on what is working for instance, like the AI activities. Here are the groups that are progressing. This is an interesting one. I'll go to specifics on a use case. So there were places where we were behind on adoption of generative AI. And so had a few teams that I pulled in from our different system commands and said, hey, why isn't more happening? Well, they don't know what we're allowed to do and not allowed to do. Well, that's a problem. Let's be clearer on this. And so we put out a little bit of guidance and said, hey, let's unleash people to do things. But things are pull commercial in, not try to create our own LLMs. We don't have billions of dollars to throw at that problem. And so from there, we had mavericks from across the different commands and country to say, hey, here is something that is a beacon of light. We're excited about this. Hey, let's get people using that. The literal, and this is interesting, I think, for everybody. So everyone's familiar with fear of failure. What if this doesn't work? We traditionally have a little bit of fear of success. What if this works too well? What if this is a runaway train and everyone's on it? Will it break from a engineering perspective? Will it break from a budget perspective? What happens? And so that is the psychological safety or just encapsulation of Horizon 2. And so for generative AI, we looked at, here are a few different pockets of excellence. We're going to not cap them, but just monitor the use of those, see what's working best, make that more of a competition, and then just scale what's working the absolute best. And so this got this kind of like intentionally integrated two different things. That commercial experimentation faster, fewer limits to getting in the door, but it's not your baby anymore, it's what is the highest value. So the experimentation mindset and the business mindset of scaling. And so that's worked really well with the DepSecDef's office. That's actually worked really well with the coordination across services. And so if we can continue to show those wins, and in fact, at sessions like these, people have come up and said, here's something that's working really well. Oh, give me data so I can tell that story. And if you can turn something off, or if we can go to, hey, we are spending more for more value, okay, that's fine. If we are spending less for more value, or if we're spending the same, but we can turn off other things, like that's where our sweet spot is. And so where folks have provided that type of data, then we can really push, and now we're even designating enterprise services.
Okay, so you can align value, resources, prioritization to get after.
We have really quantitative people in important seats right now to get after that. It's fewer conversations, it's more numbers, so yes.
Great. Just since we're talking about Indo-Pacific posture, things like that today, can you speak a little bit to kind of how some of those priorities kind of align with DoD strategy in the Pacific, the Navy's kind of focus areas in that realm?
Yep. Yeah. Well, there's the Davidson window, and then there's just in general the idea that we can go much, much faster, right? And so if we're waiting for 5 years for anything to get delivered, then that's a perpetual, like maybe you could get away with that in the past. That's a perpetual punt that no one wants anymore. And I think there's just a recognition that yes, we would like as much capability in the next 6 months, 12 months, 18 months as possible, but then also let's never go back to waiting 17 to 27 years on average for things. And so let's use this time to stamp in how much better we can be and have all of those examples. And so this to say, for Indo-PACOM, we want that garden of capabilities, which based on the speed of software and the bounty of AI, to replace things that are either legacy systems or manual processes. And so there's, Admiral Paparo has spoke publicly about we want a hellscape of things that we can throw at a problem, if it ever, and so we want to provide him and Indo-PACOM an overflowing bushel of options. And so the number of options has grown and will continue to grow if we do this right. Here are all the pieces of the value chain and the kill chain that we can give so that there are more different selections for different use cases, for different mission threads. We just want that overflowing. And that's the Horizon 3 and Horizon 2 so that we pull just the very best into Horizon 1. Where we had only one capability, and we were literally one deep, and here were the issues with that. You're 2 or 3 years away from being able to pull in a, like a valid competitor. I never want that to happen again, right? Competition is what makes this beautiful. And so like we have strong companies. We have companies like Palantir and Red Cell Partners and just a lot of AI companies who are coming in and saying, hey, let's have that good, strong competition to show here's how we're doing on adding value. Here's what that looks like over cost. Here's what that looks like from an interoperability perspective. And what is our time to deliver?
Okay. Wanted to ask a little bit about kind of the push that we've seen from senior leaders in DoD to kind of from within the department to reform, various acquisition and requirements processes. Early in the year, we saw Secretary Hegseth's software acquisition pathway memo about streamlining software acquisition. There was the recent move to eliminate the JSIDS process, and then even this kind of push for drone dominance by 2027. Can you walk us through a little bit kind of how the Navy is implementing this guidance, how your office is helping to use this empowerment, these authorities from senior leaders to speed up acquisition and yeah.
Yeah, so those are open invitations to the departments and services, so Department of Navy, Navy and Marine Corps. I can talk about our response, but I guess the most interesting part of that is it's an open invitation to respond as a ecosystem as a whole. And so when we say, hey, the DepSecDef memo on the JSIDS process, and here's what requirements look like, we have to meet that with an abounding number of wins. I'll tell you a C story. The first time 20 years ago, I sat in a brief on software within, at the highest levels of DoD, software within acquisition. The comment was, hey, this team was over cost, over schedule. And so I said, hey, I'm an engineer with a business background. I know what to do. Let's get some benchmarks. And so the next Monday, I called the office who was doing the yelling, and I said, hey, what does great look like? And they said, on cost, on schedule, all of this. And I said, okay, which program offices are doing that right now? I'll call them. And they said, oh, we don't have any. And I was like, we don't have any? And they said, no, but like, here's what we want. And I was like, isn't it a problem that there aren't any examples of that? We now have examples of wins. And what's more than that is we are being asked to, as a community, private and public sector, to come forward with better offerings. And so what the Navy and Marine Corps are doing is important, but like we want to be overflowed with here are quantitatively and specifically what can be done with software acquisition pathways. We're still, the way this is still working is like the acquisition team who is used to, in some cases, doing things the old way is learning software acquisition pathways. Where this has gone really well is if industry says, hey, did you know you can use software acquisition pathways for hardware if there's software on it? Yeah. Well, we've thought through, here's where you can get the money, here's the acquisition strategy that goes faster. Like, using that, we'll get better, and we are getting better, and we're trying to boot camp the folks who are used to doing things an old way, and we figured out who the hitters are there. But as a whole, you don't have to wait for the Department of Defense and government to get way smarter. If industry is using these tools to say, here's what it used to take. It used to take 18 months. Now we have an example of where it took 3, and we have an example of we were really pressed and it took 30 days. That's awesome, because then we can use that. And so like when we go home from work at 10 or 11 at night, like we could do research on figuring that out, but if you're bringing those examples, like that makes things easier. So that's software acquisition pathways and requirements. For each of those, hey, if we have actual leverage of the Army is doing this, the Air Force is doing this, like so now I have a stack of here are the 7 best places where we've used software acquisition pathways, and here are the other places we should do it. But there's still a discussion in the building with some of the PMs and PEOs on, hey, is this a good idea? I don't have people who've done this before. And so we need this to be a groundswell of, here's how you think about this progressively with examples so that we, don't have to go back. That's how we get the evergreen garden of options, is you have a comparison and some people will try to say, here's what perfect looks like, you have to meet this. All you have to do is be better than, or compare yourself to what's being done right now. And so if there is a available benchmark and you show how much better the option is, we use this for divestments, we use this for A/B testing within piloting, and we use this for acquisition. So if you say, hey, here's how we're using the JSID's replacement, here's how we're using capability needs statements, here's where this ties to, that level of specificity, it's not fair, but it's more effective. And so where folks have come with the here's what's more effective and done all of that homework, we can run.
Okay. You're talking a little bit about kind of what companies can do to get after the solution more quickly, bring those ideas to the department. What can the Navy's acquisition offices or program teams do to make it easier for companies to work with them, or like what does it look like on the other side of that equation?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so happy to answer like any of the specific questions. So we just got a heavy hitter who I see every day who we're really excited about. It's a long one. The Assistant Secretary of Navy for Research, Development, and Acquisition, the Principal Military Deputy, the 3-star there, Admiral Seiko Akano. She is awesome, right? And so she has made a career of unleashing industry and unleashing mavericks to go do things faster. And so already, the Secretary stood up the Rapid Capabilities Office. It's under her. That's just recent. The idea of coming to us and scaling potentially the amount of pilots that we can do both inside and outside the RCO is something that we've already talked about. And so the way the PEO Digital, I know that one most intimately because the tech director there, what we did there was we created a portal, basically a digital on-ramp to say, hey, what is your lean business case? How does what you're offering fit into our portfolios, and how can we make use of that? Originally, this was the backstory here is kind of interesting. We didn't used to have money for piloting. We did a lot of work, we got money for piloting, and then we said, you know what, I think we can do 5 pilots. And so we opened up this portal to do side by side. We got 50 entries. That's a good problem. Now we have 1,000 entries and we have money for, and really it's the limiting factor is number of pilot leads within the government. We have money for, and people for like 20 of those. And so we rack and stack those based on value. But where we can make that either less work for the pilot leads, scale that with other PEOs. So now we've shared that with PEO C4I, PEO IWS, PEO MLB. And so that is becoming a pattern. The more pressure there is and examples and obvious wins and divestment opportunities, the more that we can pull that through. So what that looks like to us now is, here's exactly how telephone works. If someone says, hey, I want to sit down for a 30-minute meeting, we normally do those on Saturday or Sunday, and they tell us, hey, here's all the great stuff, we either have to relay that to somebody or have another meeting. If we have the side-by-side, here's how much better it is, and here's what you can turn off, we can look at redirecting our FY26 budget to that better opportunity. And so data just moves faster than conversations, and especially at this scale, I think the answer to your question is where we have no-brainer data, we can just put everyone on a Teams thread and show them.
Great. Great. Well, unfortunately, it looks like we're up against time. I just wanted to thank you again for being available to speak today, and really appreciate your insights here.
Well, thank you guys for what you're doing in this space. It's tremendously important. I can tell you that between the acquisition community and my teams, we look at this as a whole of nation type thrust right now. We have more builders, we have more investors. We have more buyers who are willing to work on hard problems. I love that for this set of, this moment and this set of problems. This is exactly what we need. So thank you. Thank you for giving us more options than leaning on some countries we don't want to lean on for tech. Thank you for making some of the interdependencies clearer. Thank you for allowing us to be more modular. We need those way better options so that we can move forward, and we're willing to do that, and you probably have heard from some Congress people today, we're willing to do that much more iteratively and faster as long as those are clear-cut decisions that we can make.
Great. Thanks again.
In the event of an unintentional move to be able to back away and de-escalate, then I am confident in our ability to actually effectively counter the adversary if they decide to escalate intentionally. And I think that the danger is our adversaries will often try and make it look like we're the ones provoking the situation, or that the way the situation is developing risks spiraling out of control to cause us to hesitate. And so it's that perception of accidental escalation, accidental move to conflict that our adversaries leverage against us to be able to achieve their end. That's what I'm concerned about. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I do agree that Beijing's actions have set the stage for potentially intentional escalation, given their, for example, their recent exercises where they're increasingly exercising paramilitary forces in the gray zone, using their Coast Guard to control the air and maritime space around Taiwan. And these are all, observable indicators that of something like potentially a soft quarantine type situation where the burden of escalation then would fall on the United States and allies and partners. For example, because if China decides to start restricting imports into Taiwan or restricting the airspace or maritime space around Taiwan, it becomes very challenging to know how to respond without escalating that into an armed conflict, and Beijing is well aware of that. So I do think that that is also, by the way, a risky situation for China to get itself into as well, because if we do end up, confronting it, then it could end up in an armed conflict. But I do worry that Beijing might decide that the risk is acceptable to do something like that, and then we are in a situation of, trying to figure out what to do without escalating this into a broader conflict.
Yeah, if I could just add, so whenever we think about unintentional or accidental or maybe even intentional conflict erupting between the U.S. and China, we think about, of course, the Taiwan Strait, rightly so. But we shouldn't forget about the challenges in the South China Sea. And, I tend to worry a lot about that area because China is, challenging the Philippines more and more. And, we've seen even recent incidents of provocations, shooting water cannons at Philippines vessels, and it seems like it's only a matter of time. We've already seen a Philippines service member being injured in one of these acts of coercion or gray zone actions, which we often call what China is doing, provoking a situation, escalating a situation just below what would cause a military response to its actions. But I think it's a matter of time before we see perhaps a Philippine service member getting killed in one of these incidents. And, then what happens? Does the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and the Philippines get invoked? How involved does the U.S. get? So I think that's what, worries me the most, is getting into some kind of, confrontation with China over their provocations of the Philippines and the South China Sea.
I wonder, for all three of you, are you all in the camp who currently believe that deterrence in the region is working, or are we on borrowed time? Is it maybe a combination of both of those possibilities?
I think we're on borrowed time. And actually, one of the most important piece of analysis I think we've produced in my team recently was titled "Deterrence is Crumbling: How We Can Fix It." And it is crumbling around the edges. The danger is we focus so much on deterring full-scale, bolt from the blue conflict. We focus on deterring nuclear escalation to the point of being concerned about mutually assured destruction. And what we're failing to deter is this creeping normalcy of our adversaries more and more doing things that 10 years ago we would have considered unacceptable crossing of red lines. When I think about the number of times that we've seen in recent years, one of those three adversaries do something that previously would have been the spark for war that now has just become the new normal. Look at the level of incursions, the level of the violence, the aggression that's going on in Europe right now. These all suggest that deterrence is crumbling from the bottom up, right? And what's more problematic is that we have come to confuse, I think, war avoidance with deterrence. So the idea that we want to avoid war with China, I think that's certainly something that we want to do, but we want to avoid that war by deterring them from continuing to escalate their aggression rather than continuing to turn the other cheek and to allow them to get their victory without fighting. Because at the end of the day, the PRC doesn't want a war with the United States either. They don't want a war with Taiwan. They want to win without fighting. They want a surrender. And so deterring that sort of creeping aggression is a fundamentally different mindset, I think, than deterring a full-scale war or a nuclear exchange.
Yeah, and so the same question for Kristen and Lisa. And in addition, what have been a lot of those same contributing factors globally over the last few years, to Marcus's point, of that status quo to begin to be chipped away at?
Well, I would say part of what deters China is whether China believes that the U.S. will have access to certain capabilities in other countries during conflict. And so, at RAND, I just led a study. It's on our website if anyone's available if anyone's interested. On conflict phase access in Asia and improving that. And so, it is an issue in terms of anything that we do with other countries in terms of capabilities that we end up being able to put there, signals that we send for interoperability with other militaries, something like the renegotiation of the EDCA agreement in the Philippines was very important, for example, because it does signal that the U.S. would not only have increased locations where it could access material and other things, but also increased access in the event of a conflict. So I think these are things that enhance deterrence. And the flip side of that is that Beijing also watches very carefully conversations that we have with allies where capabilities do not get placed in a country. And so, some of the conversations with Japan, for example, about some of the more offensive capabilities that were being discussed that did not happen, those are conversations that Beijing watches very carefully, and all of this goes into that risk assessment about deterrence. So I would just bring that up as sort of a broader regional conversation and trend that has happened between the United States and its allies.
I think there are many aspects to deterrence, and some I think are going better than others. I think the Trump administration is investing in U.S. defense. They're devoting more capabilities to shipbuilding, the defense industrial base. So we see a lot of good things happening that will help enhance deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. But the other part of deterrence, I think, does involve working closely with our allies and partners. And if we look at initiatives like AUKUS, which of course was initiated during the Biden administration, this is the agreement to work with Australia and the UK to provide Australian nuclear-powered submarines to be able to, enable Australia to play a greater role in deterring China and allowing the U.S. More facilities to be able to operate from. So, AUKUS very much contributes to deterrence. We don't know what the future of AUKUS will be. We know it's under review at the Pentagon. Hopefully there's enough support in Congress, and there has been enough investment. Australia's already invested $800 million in helping the U.S. defense industrial base. So, the initiative has already moved forward, beyond, almost beyond the point of no return. So I think we will, see it continue, but it may take on, a different shape or form or different timelines. So that's one example of, we don't know, I think, Marcus is right. It has been chipped away, but there's still an opportunity for this second Trump administration to enhance deterrence and to build up those alliances and partnerships in Asia. And then the third thing I would raise is the way or the quality of deterrence we have in the Indo-Pacific will be influenced by how the Russia-Ukraine war ends. And if Ukraine is not supported, if it has to give up, large parts of its territory, Russia sort of wins or gambled correctly in invading Ukraine, that is going to send a very bad signal to the rest of the world, to our adversaries, and to countries like China when it comes to Taiwan. So I think it matters how the war in Russia ends, and it can't be that Ukraine is thrown under the bus and not supported, because that will actually degrade deterrence in other parts of the world.
Yeah, and Lisa, I'm glad you mentioned AUKUS, and truly you have an administration now, and they're not the first presidency to do this, that are willing to go back to the drawing board and look at the work of their predecessors and better determine, do we continue on this path forward or do we adjust course? And I think right now maybe we're seeing an administration a bit more open about their willingness to examine policies from past White Houses. And I wonder, in the space of geopolitics and the conversation we're having, do you view that as a benefit in that it allows the United States to stay agile? Or do you view that as maybe a bit of a detriment in that it dramatically takes us off course that a previous White House had just put us on?
Yeah, no, I think that AUKUS is a great place to start, because the focus on AUKUS in terms of the public messaging and the way it first was unveiled, was on Pillar 1, the submarine program, which you just emphasized. And that's a very, very long time frame. It's something that would require sustained investment and commitment over the course of multiple administrations to build out the ability to produce the submarines, huge investments, and the submarines get to the point where Australia can produce them a long time from now. In the interim steps, of course, establishing a joint submarine task force in Western Australia with US and UK submarines, perhaps that's the most near-term thing that this is going to accomplish. But what's actually more important about AUKUS, not to denigrate the submarines, is Pillar 2. And that includes developing 8 different categories of capability jointly among the 3 countries, and then potentially even bringing in other partners as part of these Pillar 2 projects. And we're talking about things like hypersonic missiles, quantum computing, anti-submarine warfare, unmanned vehicles. And these are the sorts of things that can be fielded in months or years, not things that are going to come a decade or more. And it's that kind of agility, it's that kind of ability to find opportunities to invest and to field capability in the near term. That's going to be decisive, much more so than whether or not we stick to the Pillar 1 plan with the submarines. And so this idea of applying that principle of what Pillar 2 has to offer for AUKUS to things like the Piper Indo-Pacific industrial defense industry cooperation, other ad hoc things that we can develop over time, that's what's going to get us to the place where we're going to be able to stay ahead of the PRC in terms of capability, build these capabilities flexibly with our allies, understanding it's not a one-size-fits-all, right? Every ally, every partner has different priorities, different resources, different risk calculus, but it's that agility and the sense of urgency that's absolutely vital. And I think Pillar 2 is a great example of an underutilized mechanism that we can use to really move out urgently with our allies and partners.
Sure. A question for all of you, and maybe Kristen, you're happy to take this next one. What makes U.S. military